Good evening, everyone. Thank you. I'd like to welcome you to our special called City Council meeting for the City of Mableton. Today is November 2nd, 2023. I'd like to open up by thanking everyone for coming here. I know that we were just in the same place at the same time last week. We will be in the same place at the same time next week as well. It is the nature of us being a new city and moving forward to do the things that we need to do. And sometimes there's things that press upon us to get done and move forward. So that is what we're doing. So again, I would like to thank you for being here again today. I'd like to just open up very, very quickly by, should I? Yeah, let me go ahead and open quickly. I just want to address something because I know it's near and dear to many of us as we form this new city and we go forward. And one of those key things was about franchise fees and where they come from and how they are created and what comes out of that. So tonight you will see on the agenda where we'll be talking about Austell gas systems, the franchise fee to go along with that. I am aware that there was an article in Marietta Daily Journal speaking about gas prices going up. I want to be clear about the fact that the city of Mableton, and particularly myself as mayor, cannot control if gas prices go up or down. The reality around franchise fees is that the city enters in agreements with different companies, different utilities, and out of that there's an agreement that's made, whether it's 2%, 3%, or 4%, that is collected by the utility, and then the utility company has the determination of whether they pass those fees on to you guys as residents of the city of Mableton. So in speaking with the Marietta Daily Journal, in the context of explaining fees and what they are and how they work for franchises, it was deduced that gas prices will go up because we are now levying a 3% fee. That is not accurate. It is true that we're in an agreement as far as a 3% fee. However, if you're an Austell gas customer, your fees will not go up at all. Zero. I want to make sure everyone's clear on that. Your fees will not go up at all. The reason for that is that Austell Gas was, in their words, they were already collecting fees that went into a pot that they will then turn around and utilize that to pay us those franchise fees. So they reiterated that again today very clearly, the fact that any Austell Gas customers will not see an increase due to this agreement that we have with them. If it goes up, because as a lot of prices do, they go up and down for gas prices, they fluctuate. You may see some fluctuation up or down. However, it will not be due to the actions that the City Council is taking. So I want to make that very clear. With that being said, I'd like to move on into our agenda for today. And with that, I would like to turn to our Madam Clerk for a roll call, please.
Okay. Mayor Owens.
Present.
Ron Davis, District 1, Council Member.
Present.
Councilmember Dami Oladapo, District 2.
Present.
Councilmember Keisha Jeffcoat, District 3.
Present.
Councilmember Patricia Out, District 4.
Present.
Councilmember TJ Ferguson, District 5.
So happy to be back. Present.
Yes. And Councilmember Deborah Herndon of District 6.
Present.
All present. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, if we can move to having Pastor Boyd come forward and lead us in invocation, please.
I also want to make sure that we give Pastor Boyd a round of applause for being named Citizen of the Year for the City of Mableton.
District 2. I feel like Hunger Games. Excellent. Let's bow our heads for a word of prayer. We're grateful for this new day that we get a chance to see. It is a privilege to be here. It's a privilege to be in Cobb County, a privilege to be in South Cobb. We are grateful for all that we have the privilege to do to make a difference in the lives of our citizens, and we're grateful for this, our city council that's gathered to do great things that make a difference in the lives of our citizens. So I pray that our time together tonight will be fruitful, that it will be productive, that people will feel heard and will feel represented, and that all that takes place will bring glory to your name. We pray these things now. Amen.
Thank you for that. And I know we have a member from the Cobb County Sheriff's Office here, LaTanya Long. If you wouldn't mind standing and leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, with that, I'd like to move to item 5, which is the approval of the agenda. Is there any discussion on the agenda items? If not, I would like to entertain a motion to approve the agenda as written.
I motion to approve it as written.
I second.
Thank you. With a motion and a second, I'd like to move forward to vote. All those in favor of approving the agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. With no opposition, the ayes have it. Madam Clerk, we can move forward with the approval of the agenda, which moves us to item 6, which is the public comments.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Owens. We do have a few public comment cards here. Just to remind you, there's a 2-minute limit, and to please state your name and address unless I remember to do it, but we would like to know where you're from and what district you're from. And the first one we have is Denny Wilson. And then after Denny, we have Ken Bradolotment.
Good evening, Danny Wilson. I'm in District 2. My address is 56 Hillcrest Drive. And we got to do something about this 2 minutes because that's not long enough for us to get out what we need to say. But thank you, Mayor Owens, for explaining about the Austell gas because that's what I was going to speak upon. But my question to you is, why would you enter into a 30-year contract with Austell Gas when they own all of the gas lines from Mableton, Powder Springs, Marietta, as far as Douglasville? So why would you do a 30-year contract with them? Because I've had my battles with Austell Gas, trust me. And they change their per therm rate whenever they get ready. So with them owning all of the lines, I'm just not understanding why the city of Mableton would be entering into a 30-year contract. I mean, hell, probably 30 years, I'll be dead. I mean, so, and my second issue is, why are you guys continuing to let the county build out the city of Mableton? The only thing they're building is apartments and townhomes. And what you guys got to realize is when they finish, whatever problems they leave behind, those are going to be your problems. I mean, so I think there's got to come a time when you guys have got to tell the county that's enough. And lastly, I can't understand why we're paying franchise fees to a city and we're being charged for franchise fees when you guys don't even have control of the right-of-ways. The control of the right-of-ways, from what I've been told, still belongs to the county. And until you guys can maintain the right-of-ways, then franchise fees should not be being collected. So my question, if someone can answer, is why are we being charged franchise fees for something that you guys are not even capable of doing? I think that should wait until you guys can take over right-of-ways, and then those franchise fees can be, you know, rightfully charged, and we submit the money on our bills. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ken Bradolotment of 4131 Cobb Court, Southwest Smyrna, District 4.
District 4. Hello, I'm Ken Bradolotment. To form this city, we residents were told that the city would, according to the ballot question, shall the act shall the act incorporating the city of Mableton and Cobb County imposing term limits, prohibiting conflicts of interest, and creating community districts to be approved. I'm concerned that the city of Mableton has already violated a conflict of interest with its interim city attorney, Amelia Walker Ashby, who is a partner with the law firm Fincher, Denmark, Williams, and Minifil LLC. The city proceeds to use this lawyer's firm to administer services to the city, to collect taxes and fees from the businesses that operate hotels and motels within the city. This is a blatant conflict of interest. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. We have Trent Walker, 665 Whisper Trail. I'll let you say it again in your district, please. What district you're in?
District 2.
Okay.
Okay. I was going to speak about, good evening, everyone. I was going to speak about rental assistance. I've been trying to get assistance for almost a year, and I haven't got nothing yet. And I tried Sweetwater Mission. The lady called me and she said that she couldn't help me because I was a single person and I was living by myself, which that's true. She said, but if you had somebody, I think she said 18 or under, they would help me. And then she said that, but they didn't give me the funds, but she said I could come and get some food or clothes or something, which I don't need that. I needed my bill paid, my rent paid. That's what I would need. But I didn't get that. And then I went to another, is it G-Man? Yeah. I went to G-Man, and they got back in touch with me, and they told me that the reason they couldn't help me because I made too much money, and I filed the appeal, and I haven't heard from the appeal yet, so I'm still waiting for an answer. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Monica Delancey, she has a P.O. box number. I do not know the district. Could you please let us know?
District 2.
Thank you.
Good evening. I wanted to speak about the fact that the city of Mableton will have the most black families being evicted when the eviction court start up again, and really right now, but most likely when they start filing again January of 2024. So we're asking for the city of Mableton to start strong, to make sure that you're asking questions about why is it that the eviction court is wall to wall with black families. And when we talk about the apartment complexes, District 2 has the most apartment complexes, followed by District 6. There are a total of 35 apartment complexes in the city limits of Mableton. Before COVID, City View, which was known as Riverside Intermediate School, and Riverside Primary School had the highest transit rates. This is before COVID. Their transit rate was 44% when the rent was less than $800 a month. Now we're seeing 2 bedrooms more than $1,200 a month. So of course, Judge Murphy responded about the eviction diversion program. I think it's going to be beneficial for the city of Mableton to really ask for a seat at that table and also ask questions about how this program is going to be implemented. Are they going to choose people who have gainful employment? Are they going to look at the fact that even after they assist people with rental assistance, how robust is called works going to be able to place people with jobs, careers that's making enough to maintain the rent, not just come in and give you a couple of months worth of rent, right? So that's why when you're talking about the numbers of eviction court, yes, city limits of Mableton will have the most evictions. I know Judge Murphy responded about Duck Roll, or he responded about Franklin, but they're separated between unincorporated Marietta and the city of Marietta. So again, Mableton, you need to start strong. Make sure you're asking the right questions. We've got to protect all residents of Mableton. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Monica.
Okay, we have Robin Meyer. She is the last card I have. She's at 6375 Queen Hill Road, 30126. She's District 3.
Thank you very much, and good evening. I work with Mableton Improvement Coalition. I co-chair the zoning committee there. And so as you've worked forward in putting together new ordinances, we particularly took note of the one that you're considering that will have its first reading tonight related to business licenses. So I wanted to talk just briefly about the processes for public participation in adopting new ordinances. Really, to have effective public participation, there are three elements that should be in place. Effective notice, which includes informal information gathering before the draft ordinances are officially proposed. Specific information as to how the public input is to be provided, including the date and place of the hearing, procedures for the public hearing, including the length of the speaker's time, and the deadline and the method for submitting written comments. And then lastly, the expected date of final adoption. That gives the public a sense of how the process will play out and how they can be a part of it. Until you are able to put that into place, I would encourage you to delay future proposed ordinances that are public-facing, such as the business license ordinance, until you have a website or other facility by which the public can view the already adopted ordinances and the proposed ordinances, so that there can be some context to the ordinances under consideration. Right now, it's as you have adopted more and more ordinances, it's difficult to keep a private library, shall we say, and look at the proposed ordinance in the context of what's already on the table. And last, I urge you to draw on the expertise in this room and in this community as you draft new ordinances. It appears you're drawing heavily from Cobb County's ordinances, as would be expected. Many of us have years of experience in working with those ordinances, and we can offer the benefit of our experience. A major advantage of having the city is avoiding the one-size-fits-all that we've lived with from my time here in Mableton. And so we look forward to working with you to craft ordinances that meet our specific needs and that get us off to a great start. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Myers.
Thank you. I do not have any more cards.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Then that takes us to close out public comments and move into item 7, which is new business. The first new item for new business that we have is the Civility resolution. So, Madam Clerk, would you wind up talking a little bit about that and walking us through that, if you don't mind?
Yes, I'd be happy to. Thank you, Mayor Owens. The organization that most cities in Georgia belong to is the Georgia Municipal Association, and they provide so many resources for the cities to use, and that includes training, which we'll hear about later. But one of the main items that they do is that they want the cities in Georgia to embrace civility, and they ask that we adopt a resolution and all acknowledge the reason for civility, the importance of civility, and how embracing civility helps our city to prosper and to grow and to get things done. And the resolution addresses 9 pillars of civility. And it's not just for the council. I have already heard many comments about how professional our council is in Mableton. The GMA Association has commended often about how well they get along and how professional they are. But this resolution also is for everybody. It includes you as residents and how we interact among each other. And the council is asked to pledge and sign this pledge and resolution that they will follow these rules. 1, be considerate of others' opinions. It's okay to agree or disagree. 2, manage your emotions. Get curious instead of furious. 3, a silent voice is not always a weak voice. Sometimes it's okay not to respond. Be kind. Make your point about the issue, not the person. Think about the impact of your actions and not the intent. Ask questions to learn. Answer questions with respect. Remember the acronym QTIP. Quit taking it personally. And the last one is have empathy. Just because you have not experienced it does not mean it does not exist. So today we're asking the council, recommending that the council take this pledge. They are already practicing all of this, and I am very impressed with them. This is my 5th city to work for, and I am just always impressed with how they interact among each other and the professionalism that belongs up here. And we're asking them to approve this resolution, which we will send to the GMA, and they will designate us as a city of civility. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Madam Clerk. Madam Attorney, do you have anything to add for this item?
No, Mayor, I think the clerk covered it all. Yeah, I think she touched all bases on that.
Thank you. Council, any comment, questions about the civility resolution that from GMA?
I'm going to only ask a really silly question, but there's 9 pillars, but you only listed 8.
Could you repeat that question, Mayor?
So there's 9 pillars of civility, and there's only 8 bullets on here. So what's the 9th?
Oh, okay, well, that's a good question.
It was a test to see how civilized we'd be about this.
I got it right.
discrepancy.
I'm sure it's a good one, though. We'll put it on there.
Okay, yeah, let's just make sure we add the 9th one on there.
Any other discussion on this resolution? All right, with that, the only thing I heard was that we need to add that 9th pillar, and I think we'll be in good shape to bring this back and approve this. Madam Clerk, my question is there a deadline that we have for getting this resolution approved and back to GMA?
I had spoken with the attorney, and she said it says first read. You can adopt it tonight if you like, unless there's some other concerns. But we do have to have it into GMA by December 1st.
Understood.
So Mayor, if you would like us to bring this back, I know you're meeting again on November 9th. If you would like us to defer and bring this back, just to cross-reference the pillars and see where the inconsistency may be, you can also defer this instead of adopting tonight.
Yeah, that was my only hesitation, was to ensure. I'm sure the 9th one makes complete sense.
I'm sure.
Since
The 9th one is actively listen to learn how to engage respectfully.
Okay, thank you for that. So with that being said, thank you, Councilwoman. I would like to entertain a motion to actually adopt this resolution tonight with the input of the 9th pillar. So I'll entertain a motion based on that.
I'll make a motion to approve with the suggested amendment.
9th amendment.
Ninth.
9th pillar.
9th pillar.
Yes.
I second.
Thank you for that. So call the question. All those in favor, oh, sorry, all those in favor of moving forward with the civility resolution, including the 9th pillar, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please respond saying nay. Hearing no nays, the ayes have it. Thank you, Council. I look forward to us moving forward and in, I think, January being recognized as a city of civility in the state of Georgia. Thank you.
Amen.
All right.
Mayor?
Yes,
May I make a clarification?
please.
So with what you just adopted, this is the form that's recommended by GMA. So there will be no change to this, but we will email you what the pillars are.
Yes, so the resolution doesn't call out, you're correct, the resolution does not call out the 9 pillars specifically. The memo is what
Yes,
calls
just the
that out
background, the
correctly.
agenda
Yes.
packet, which is part of the
Yes.
record.
So as long as there's nothing conflicting with that, then I think we're fine.
Okay,
Okay,
thanks, Mayor.
thank you. All right, so with that said, we can move on to the other order of new business that we have for tonight, which is the transitional spending plan. For those of you that joined us last council meeting last week, I know we had a couple of council members that could not attend. We had the, I think, first component of that, which was presenting a year-to-date on funds that was raised and money that was spent out. Rough numbers around that, we have, the city has brought in $1.4 million in revenue since June 1st. Out of that, we have spent approximately $135,000. The majority of that was in pay for the council and staff that had diligently worked for 6 months without getting paid. So we were able to rectify that, as well as there was very small direct costs, and there was probably about $30,000 in deferred costs, which we will be paying. So that's kind of a recap on what we went over. Most of obviously our income, or the revenue side, was based on franchise fees, as well as the TAVT, which is the auto sales. Anytime someone sells, anytime someone sells or buys a car in the city of Mableton through the Department of Revenue, that funds comes into the city now. It doesn't come directly to the city, it goes to the county, which has the apparatus for that through the tax commissioner's office. They then send the city of Mableton a check every month for the previous month's services. So what we're going to do as we move forward with this, so this portion as we move through to the next part of the spending plan will be the first part was the year to date. The second part will be what we're going to be spending from December 1st through June 30th. The plan with that will be is that we will hold a public hearing next week, which we talked about last week, in which we will actually go over the plan in a presentation format. You can see where every bit of money that we plan on coming in and all the areas in which we plan on going out will be covered. That will take us into to January 30th, which we will set our financial year for 2025. Make sure I got these years right. To start on July 1st. So that will begin our fiscal year. What we will do then is we will start in January of this coming year, January 24, and we'll go through June 30th for a full budget planning session. So we will have 6 months of planning for our next year's budget. So I just want to make sure we're clear about what we're doing, what we're talking about. As far as the spending plan to carry us from November to end of June, which will be the 6-month period, we will take the next month and be able to go over the items in the spending plan. We will present that to the public again next week as far as our public hearing, which we will present it. We will then take 2 more weeks for feedback and consolidation, and then come back on November 30th to have hopefully what will be a final review and approval of the spending plan. Now, as I mentioned before, we are a city just a few months old, and we are still we're still finding or bringing in additional revenue sources. We are still working on initial spending for items, so it's a bit challenging to put some of these things together when they're still fluctuating quite a bit because of the infancy of our city. But we've made a gallant effort with that, as you will see, and I just want to make sure that I covered quite a few of the items in which we're talking about. So again, the spending plan will cover December 1st, 2023 through June 30th of 2024. We have attempted to provide the best possible plan as it relates to the revenue and expenses, given the limited view of the actuals thus far that we've brought in for the city. This plan strongly considers an organic growth plan for the city in its departments and services versus a forced growth model that utilizes infused funding from loans and from property taxes. That is key because I think, as many of you know, we did not take on any form of loans this year as a city. We remain debt-free, nor did we impose a property tax this year. So many cities and many new cities that start up, that is really how they get a bulk of their initial funding, through initial loans and through property taxes. The city of Mableton, I think from the very beginning, and from many, if not everyone on the council, has been very strong about the fact that we want to keep the burden as low as possible on the citizens of the city, while at the same time being able to move forward and be able to deliver services necessary. That, again, is baked into the plan that you will see. The plan does include several code enforcement officers, building and permit inspectors, and various other roles that are denoted in the compensation plan. So those that were here last week, we actually talked about the proposed City of Mableton compensation schedule, which we identify all the different roles that the city will have, and then what the compensation, the min-max, are for those roles, both whether it's an hourly role or a salary role. Those numbers came from the Department of Community Affairs, DCA, and when looking at the survey that they did which looks at all of the different salaries across the entire state for comparable roles and what they're paying. As mentioned before, we want to ensure that we are competing in the marketplace to actually get the best talent that we can to staff the city and to serve you as residents and to work with us as council and staff. So we want to ensure that the rates that we land on, that we are able to offer, again, are competitive within the Atlanta metro area and Cobb County. The plan includes over, at least again through the first 6 months of this plan, over $200,000 in funds set aside for a comprehensive plan, which is a citywide planning document, which again, this plan has about 200,000 plus, but the entire cost for comprehensive plans usually run somewhere between $300,000 and $500,000. These plans usually take a long time, somewhere between 9 months and a year. So it's something that we need to act on sooner than later, because also every city in the state of Georgia has to have a comprehensive plan. If you do not have a comprehensive plan, you're actually limited in some of the grants and fundings you can get from state and federal resources. So that's an area that we want to make sure is part of our comprehensive plan. Oh, is my time up? Sorry.
You may proceed.
All right, thank you. A few more minutes, please. The plan will include funds for contingency workers and for professional services that can provide us the opportunity to bring in specialists and to assist as necessary with city operations or strategy. Again, our plan is on organic growth and that's to build out, but we understand that as the push for us to grow as a city, to improve services and take on some of those, we have to leverage expertise that exists out there. So we want to make sure that we have contingency funds and professional service funds in order to do that. This plan includes all of the hardware, software, and computing items that we will need to support both the council, the staff, and communications to the city during the spending plan period and beyond. This plan also assumes that the city will not purchase a fleet of vehicles for the city. We will instead look to provide mileage reimbursement for roles that are primarily travel-oriented. So if we talk about code enforcement officers or inspectors, the thought is right now that they will utilize their own personal vehicles, but we will pay them in mileage. That is subject to change, but again, from a cost prohibitive perspective, that is what the plan currently includes. The plan includes and provides for an interim office space of approximately 3,000 square feet. That's been calculated at $28 per square feet. That is based on some of the norms that are out there. However, obviously we'll negotiate that to get the best rate we can in the city with a space that is comparable to our needs, particularly for conducting city business. This is not meant to be a space in which we will conduct our city council meetings, but a space specifically for us to conduct city business on a day-to-day basis, as well as for citizens to be able to come into our office and handle city business as necessary. This plan will include, or currently will have quite a bit of money, over $700,000 in surplus that we are anticipating based on, I think the Carl Vinson Institute had us about $3 million in surplus per year on an annual basis. Again, understanding this is just at a 6-month point and also taking on some of these initial costs. As mentioned before, with our finance consultant said that, the goal of this spending plan will be to zero it back out. So we will be looking at those surplus of funds as to where we put them to ensure that, again, we are heeding the needs of the city, building out the necessary offices and capacity that we need to have in order to be able to move us forward. We will accelerate this transition of services as well as using all additional funds as we can to increase documentation, increase communication, as well as launching and funding our CABs, which is our commissions, authorities, and boards. So I hope that gives you a good overview on what we're looking at for a spending plan, some of the items that will be in there at a high level, the duration that it covers, and the themes in which we are tackling this. So at this point in time, I would like to open up additional comment and discussion to the council.
So for clarity, the budget begins December 1st to June of 2024?
Yes.
The items mentioned in this proposed spending plan is assuming that we will be taking over community development, and at the start of this budget is when we will be responsible for administering these services, and the county will not?
Not at the start of the spending plan.
What would be the timeline for when that would be?
For community development is not one specific thing. There's multiple elements go into the spending plan. So it will be graduated based on when we bring on specific staff or professional services to be able to handle that.
When would the city take over code enforcement with the spending plan?
I don't think we've determined that yet. It's going to be based on when we have the necessary ordinances in place, resolutions, and when we have the staff or external resources to be able to do so.
So we will not have to assume it once we take over or receive occupational taxes?
No.
Okay. That's good to know.
I have a question. You mentioned that there's an allocation or estimate of $200K for the comprehensive plan, but typically the cost is $300K to $500K. Is that number the $200K because of the year's been truncated? Is that why?
We're doing this on an actual basis of funds that we spend, so the max they can spend is right around $200,000.
Mayor, is this the right time to ask questions about specific line items?
If you choose to, I mean, keeping in mind that next week we will do the full presentation, but if there's something you want to ask now, it's fine.
Okay. Some of the items in here, for example, advertising for $10,000 under city administrator. What exactly are they advertising?
So that could be a multitude of different things. Again, as a new city, and we've talked about it before, we've heard public comment to the fact that people want to know that, want to better understand where the city lines are. They want to understand who they, who their council person is. They want to understand the fact that they actually live in the city. So, and then, as it relates to many other aspects of the city and just communicating or advertising in general.
Okay, because I see that, that's just an example. I see that under a lot of, under human resources, under city administrator. So are we expecting those specific employees to do advertising for the city, or how are we thinking about these line items?
Sure.
For example, office supplies is another example here. Postage is another one. What are the expectations?
So the expectation is each department, if you will have their own budget. So they will have own postage, advertising for HR. We just talked about being competitive, right, as it goes out to hire people. So if you go to LinkedIn or Indeed, like you can actually advertise and for those. So we want to make sure that every department, as we build out, that they are empowered in their own right to be able to be successful.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm sorry,
Okay.
okay, my biggest concern with this proposed budget, which we got this spending plan at midnight last night. I don't know how anyone could have too much comments on it at this time, but the code enforcement is what concerns me probably the most from the initial review of the spending plan, because currently Cobb County, to my understanding, has 4 code enforcement officers.
Correct.
Or is it 6? Did they add 2 to their budget?
To the budget, but they don't have
Did they not?
for the whole county.
So by the city taking over code enforcement, we would be, 1, losing a code enforcement officer. We only budgeted for 3. We also do not have any vehicles for them to perform the jobs they're supposed to do. If they don't have a truck, I don't know how they're going to be picking up signs or whatever things code enforcement does. So we're not going to be getting better service. We will be taking a downgrade of our service.
So let me just throw out that what the county has is for the entire county and not for just Mableton. So if they have 4, they're responsible for everything that is Cobb County. We're talking about 3 for just the city of Mableton.
It's
That's
my
the
understanding that the county has budgeted for 6, and they're having a very difficult time staffing code enforcement. They can't get people on board, and we are not offering very much more competitive than the county, and we don't have even vehicles to offer them to do their job. I don't.
But again, that's 6 for the entire county versus the 3 that we're talking about for just Mableton. Now, and I agree with you that the skill set is something that we're going to have to work towards finding the right people for and all sort of thing. But in a spending plan, we're making the thought process that we're going to be looking for that and working towards that. And it's not something that as soon as we adopt this, it's going to be taken on that day. I guess that's where I'm concerned or confused about your question.
I can also address that by saying that within the spending plan, there are line items for fleet vehicle services, maintenance, auto, gas, and we've basically zeroed them out right now. But if that is concerned and the council feels that it's best to be able to offer fleet vehicle services, we can absolutely do that. And there are funds in the spending plan to be able to do so. It's not beyond the realm that we could actually do that. The goal was to, if we could offer a quality service to the citizens of Mableton at a reduced cost, that we would try to do that. But if the suggestion is that we spend more funds in order to take on, fleet services for the code enforcement officers, we could absolutely do that.
I would only do that if it was not overextending the budget.
It would not at all.
The other question I have is, so what is the rush of adopting the spending plan so quickly? Why the deadline at the end of the month?
So there's been a call from citizens, and we've sat in these seats for months and listened to people make public comment about wanting to have a budget or a spending plan so people would have transparency about where our money is coming from and where is it going. So as a council and quite frankly as mayor, I listen to every public comment that is made, and I want to make sure that we address this. So coming up with a spending plan, I've said many times, as a new city, a lot of, and not only as a new city, many cities spend 6 months coming up with a spending plan. So for us to put something together in such a short amount of time is really about being responsive to the citizens and about what we hear and about what you guys want to see and hear. So I wasn't aware that this was something that we did not want to do or we did not want to do quickly, particularly with 2024 coming. It would have been very easy for us not to do a spending plan. As a matter of fact, and you can correct me, Madam Attorney, if I'm wrong, but the actual charter does not require us to come up with a spending plan or a budget during the 2-year transition period. Am I correct?
Mayor, that is correct. I think it's subsection 715. It says that it enumerates a budget and a spending plan as one of the items that the council may take on or tackle during transition.
Sure,
So it's optional.
So it says may as an optional. So for us, we want to make sure that we are being fiscally responsible and we're being transparent about where our money is coming from and where is it going, and that we're clear with everyone that we have a plan in place and that we're going to be diligent about how we move forward. So that is the reason that we have the spending plan, and the reason that we're implementing this now is really because of the call of people in the community.
I think my confusion came from a discussion from earlier, as far as needing to, in order to collect the occupational taxes, of having a certain deadline. Am I allowed to
That's a completely different discussion, really. The need for to take over for the city of Mableton to issue business licenses and pass an ordinance for occupational taxes is not dependent on a spending plan.
Okay, that's the part I'm concerned about then, not so much the spending plan. I mean, the spending plan is important, but how it ties into this other deadline.
I think that the deadline you're speaking of is January 1st when,
Yeah.
okay, so January 1st, businesses within the city of Mableton will have to renew their business licenses and will have their first quarter basically to pay the occupational taxes based on their total gross receipts from the previous year. So the goal of the city is to be able to renew business licenses or create business licenses for the city, and then be able to administer and collect occupational taxes for 2024. In order to do that, we have to put pieces in place to be able to do that. Is that what you're speaking of?
Yes.
Okay.
I think so.
So that is a part of, but separate and distinct from the actual spending plan itself.
I feel like it's so closely related, maybe it should have gone together with this agenda, because to talk about one and not the other makes it very difficult, at least for me, to know why we're doing what we're doing and why the time frame we're doing it, why we're having, the public hearing for the budget next week and wanting to adopt it November 30th.
They are
It's
totally
just it's happening very quickly and not very much time to really digest what it is we're voting on and why we're doing it.
So we're providing over 30 days for the spending plan before the adoption. As it relates to occupational taxes and business licenses, this is something that we've known since January 1st that the city was going to have to take on and be able to do.
Eventually.
It was in the Carl Vinson Institute study. It is part of our revenue plan, part of our revenue generation as to where we get funds from. So if the thought is that we do not receive occupational taxes, I can tell you without a doubt that raises the burden on other areas because that's less funds that the city will have.
The feasibility study assumed that all of the surplus would come from franchise fees, which right now we are collecting nothing but franchise fees, and we don't really have very much expenditures. So that we're almost near perfect to what the feasibility study projected. So I don't understand, without seeing numbers which haven't been presented to me, why we need to take on occupational tax collection that soon.
So that's not entirely accurate. Our largest source of revenue is actually from TAVT, the auto
Yes,
vehicle
that one
taxes.
also, which we're getting that also,
Yes.
without having to take on the collection of occupational taxes through a business licensing division.
That is part of being a city. That's part of what we're going to do as a city.
Yes, it doesn't have to happen as soon. Like, we have 2 years to do it, and right now we are collecting revenue without having to extend very much expenditure, and we are also getting the same services as we've been receiving.
So when would be a better time to enact that and start to pick up occupational tax? Like
I would say maybe even next year. Well, for one, we haven't had a conversation even with the county if they would prorate the occupational tax. We're assuming they wouldn't give us any unless we collect it, but there has not been any conversation to suggest, that they wouldn't.
But if they're going to start, if we're going to, January 1st, if you are doing business within this city, then you need to be paying occupational tax to the city versus the county. Am I?
Eventually we will need to take over all the services. There's other services we want to take over too as a city. That doesn't mean we have to implement it all on January 1st.
Okay, yeah, we can go back and forth with, at the end of the day, it's not necessarily a service, it's a fee that's already being paid by the businesses. Occupational tax is already being paid to the county, so as opposed to it being paid to the county, why would we not want it to be paid to the city?
Because we have to take over a whole community development division. We would have to have the programming or the some kind of collecting software. We will have to have code enforcement, right? We'll have to have someone to enforce code. We'll have to have a municipal court to enforce zoning.
So zoning, occupational tax are separate kind of conversations, and we're going to need the software, the apparatus to be able to collect taxes, fees, and everything else anyway. So this is just one of the pieces that's going to be included in what we're going to collect.
I want to take it over when we're ready to do it so we can have a rollout that is thoughtful without disturbing the continuity of services, where we will still have the the same level of service, if not better, by reducing our code enforcement officers.
So, and I don't mean to cut you off, but one thing that I also say is if you're considering the businesses that are in the city, would you much rather be in a situation where you know starting in October, November, December, that January 1 is when you're going to start paying the city versus the county so that you don't have any confusion there? Or would you rather the county be the one to take over January 1 collecting these funds, and then we have to go and ask them for prorated or whatever? So
Well, we could do that in 2025 then. We could still have, you know, getting our comprehensive plan developed, but like we can be getting ready to take over the service. And we can roll it out at the time of the business license renewal next year. We have 2 years of transition that we can work with.
yeah, I just don't see the reason that we would put it off another year for us to
Because we're
do a
collecting
comprehensive
revenue
plan,
the entire time while we're waiting.
but we could be collecting more revenue.
We also take on more expenditures.
Not necessarily, because the software that we're bringing in has already included the modules that we need to be able to take these things on.
But the software is also an expense.
That we need anyway.
Yeah, I think what Patty is trying to say, it's the timing. We have to set up an entire infrastructure in order to collect occupational tax. And from what I remember, the whole infrastructure is like a whole department. You know, a community director, and then, you know, you have code enforcement, like it's a whole department that has to be set up. And we're talking about, this is November 1st. And we're trying to get it done. What, we have to have it approved in December? Is it
Correct.
in December?
We need to notify the county.
So we have to hire employees, provide, you know, of course, a salary in addition to whatever benefits, you know, and if there are maybe we might be lucky enough to find 1099 employees, but I think it's just the short amount of time that we have to establish everything. We're gonna have to have a space for these people to work. We have to, I mean, that's a monumental task to accomplish by December.
I
So
mean, how are
think
we
that-
even going to
that's
get
what, you know,
staffing? It is November, it is the holidays, we have December, which is all the holidays. I don't know how we're going to go and get quality hires, how we're going to get it on this tight time frame.
And then I think you said early on when you were talking about the budget, you mentioned that we don't have a full handle on what revenues will be coming in because there hasn't been consistency in, you know, how the franchise fees are coming in. So from what I understand, this proposed budget is, I look at it as a projection of what we may get versus what we may spend. You know, so if we're trying to establish an entire department in order to facilitate the collection of these fees in a month's period of time, maybe a month and a half or so, that's a lot to get done.
Especially without, we don't have a city manager, not a real, like, official one.
So can I just ask the question, and this is just
Please do.
for me. We're talking about the first read of a spending plan versus a budget.
Yes,
And I want to make sure that we understand that those are two totally different things.
they are, but they are so
And
tightly related.
they're-
To talk about one and not the other, I feel like it's almost a way to get one thing and then suddenly have to approve the other.
So, so we've talked about the kind of the process. We were going to bring up a spending plan to say, this is the revenue that we've brought in, this is what we've spent, this is what we know we need to spend according to what we brought in, and then have that whole 6-month ramp to be able to work towards the city's budget that would not take effect until next year. So they're two totally different things. This spending plan is, hey guys, this is what we've brought in, this is what we spent, because everybody wants to know what that looks like. But now you're also including the budget, which is a totally different conversation.
I have a question. So during our planning retreat, we actually had discussions around this transitional spending plan, and we all were in agreement that we would move forward with this. What has changed since our planning retreat?
We did not have a date set for January 1st in the retreat.
Can Can I interject here? Because a couple of things. The January date is what it is. That hasn't changed. It's always the same for every city in this state. So there's nothing different or unique about Mableton when it comes to business licenses and when companies need to renew their business licenses and when the city, or municipality, or county requires those funds to be paid. Secondly, this is a specific discussion about the spending plan, and I understand your point that this is a part of the spending plan. But I think the confluence or the conflating between a deadline for the spending plan versus a deadline for having business license services set up aren't exactly one and the same. Okay. Thirdly, is that the idea that the city being able to administer business licenses and collect taxes means we have to stand up a complete community development department is not factually accurate. Currently, right now, we are collecting and administering hotel motel taxes, and we've been able to accommodate that and be able to do that. TAVT, as we mentioned earlier, that is something that the Department of Revenue and the county is largely providing, but that is being done. I do not think it's beyond the pale to say that we could stand up a system and processes in which we could accept requests for business licenses, validate, verify those, issue licenses, and then be able to provide a method in which we could collect the taxes based on that, which will be an online system that is highly automated, that does the processing automatically via credit card, for the most part, obviously. So I don't view this as something that is insurmountable. It's not anything new. Again, business taxes and business licenses are issued at the same time every single year. The idea that we would wait another year to do that means that we tell the citizens of Mableton that we would eschew millions of dollars until next year by not being able to do this. And the idea that it would cost, that we would lose service or not have the money to do that has not proven to be accurate, especially considering this service is one that actually brings in far more money than we actually expend by doing that.
I guess without having a budget that projects what it would look like if we didn't take on the service, if we were just doing as we are doing now, with perhaps like budgeting for a comprehensive plan and some of the things to prepare. So right now it seems like we are in a big rush to adopt ordinances. We're just taking it straight from Cobb County. We're not really getting what we really want, all in this rush to go and be able to collect occupational taxes at the beginning of the year. I need clarity on what happens when we start taking over, when we start collecting occupational taxes. What burden is now on the city that the county will not be doing anymore?
Fair enough. Thank you for that. Any more conversation?
I actually have a question. So in preparation for the city taking over occupational tax, what hiring are we going to do? Do we need people in place prior to January that have to be hired in order to facilitate that? Maybe we can just start there.
That will depend on the course of action that we take.
No, I'm saying if we decide to take it on, what?
Is that taking it on internally and building it out, or is that getting partners to bring in? It varies. I mean, it's a plan that we have to decide which way we're going to go. What the spending plan does is provide, it provides an opportunity to be able to do those. We have choices built into the spending plan. So whatever option we decide to go and whatever way we decide to do to be able to ultimately provide that service and administer the licenses, we are able to do that within the spending plan. So again, the spending plan is an allocation of funds. It is not an SOP. It is not an operation of procedures, nor does it dictate how we build out or hire, or who we hire. It is simply an allocation of funds, a tracking of funds we bring in and funds that we expend.
I guess what I'm asking is, if we decide to take on the occupational tax by January, we would have to hire, whether it's a company, whether we make an internal hire, whether we outsource this, we would be incurring an expense.
Yes.
And is there a range as to what this expense is going to be? Do we know how much it's going to be to get this done?
That range will be what's identified within the spending plan. Absolutely. So that could be staff that we've laid out, that we've allocated for, not only the salary of the staff, but also the benefits and everything that goes along with that. And as Councilwoman Oladapo had mentioned as well, there's all the ancillary costs that go along with that is included in that as well, building out these standards and procedures that they would have to do, the insurance, down to small equipment that they would have to have, up to the contingency of larger things, as Councilwoman Aug mentioned, as it relates to fleet services and vehicles. So all those things are accounted for in here. I think what you're asking about is specific tactical operations on how something will be done, which is not what a spending plan is designed for.
It's hard to know what the spending plan should look like without having a firm grasp of what is going to be done, you know? I do have a question. I'm sorry, did you want to go, Councilman?
Well, I'm just going to say that it seems like that's a executive session kind of conversation to talk about personnel and that sort of thing, to answer your question a little bit differently.
I think
I'm not talking about
specific
the person. I'm just
personnel,
asking
no,
when we
like
have to
just the
hire a
general
person.
duties, I think is, the public would want to know.
Yeah, once we decide. And once we
Okay,
make some
so I do
decisions.
have a question about the spending plan, specific to the spending plan. If we adopt a spending plan, that means pretty much going forward, if we say we're going to go and take over occupational taxes, then it's just whatever that vote is. Right now, it's by itemized, item by item, to the council to approve each of those things, right? So spending plan, I don't know if that makes sense. That didn't sound like it made sense when I said it.
So a spending plan says, again, this is what we've brought in, this is what we are expected to send out. And to your point,
I get a train of thought, you interrupt me and I lose it.
so to your point, every time we want to go do something, we will have to come back to the council. Is that what you're asking?
Right now, each item, everything we want to adopt or do, we go to the council and take a vote on each thing. By adopting a spending plan, we'll say, well, there's the bucket, you can do it.
You're talking about itemized spending,
Yes,
right?
I
Yes.
think so.
If you're talking about that is correct, yes.
Yeah,
As
that's-
which we will talk about here in just a few minutes, right, for item B, specific items. Yeah, so 9B talks about specific items that have financial items attached to it, the state mandated training, National League of Cities.
Right.
So
it would
yes,
just be more of that,
we have to-
itemized by not adopting spending plan.
Correct. So coming to the council and saying, we need spending approval for items B1, B2, B3, and B4, we come to the council and get specific authorization for the spend, no matter how much it is. If it's $5, right, we have to come to the council and get expenditure. The spending plan will give us the ability to say, we will allocate, $15,000 for training. And once the spending plan is done, there is no need to come to and call a city council meeting to individually approve 4 different training and aspects. So that is what the spending plan does, yes, in part.
So we would have more control on what happens by having it itemized, as far as, just disregard that.
I wouldn't, okay.
We have all the control.
Yeah, I wouldn't say more control. We're still a council. We're still approving what we approve.
I'm saying there has been some things that were approved, and then there was no more feedback solicited from the council or needed, such as the executive assistant and that payroll.
That was a resolution.
Yes.
Yeah, so that wasn't an itemized spend. That was a resolution that was approved with all of the specifics for that. So that's quite different than this. Any other comment about the spending plan? All right, hearing no other comment.
I have a question, if I may.
Questions will be taken from the floor during our public hearing at next week's meeting. So hearing no other comment from our discussion from the council, we will move and close out item 7B and move to item 8A, which is the ordinance granting franchise fees to Austell Gas. Madam Attorney, if you would mind opening this item up for us, please?
Yes, Mayor. So this item was actually brought to the council on June 29th of this year for first read. So this is the second read. We've had the opportunity to show the utility company, Austell Gas, the initial draft, to engage in communications back and forth, for them to provide their position to, and for us to research and be able to just bring back a document that's consistent with what we think is customary for these type agreements. And the document that they have brought back would require the franchise fee payments. The first payment would be owed February 1st of 2024, and then that initial payment would include fees that commenced as of June 1st, 2023, and then they would pay this biannually for a 30-year term, and at a percentage rate of 3%, which is the rate that they're currently paying for other cities, the rate that they are currently paying for others, to other cities and jurisdictions pursuant to their particular makeup. The recommendation is to adopt the franchise agreement, and if there's any questions, I can answer those.
So there's one question I do want to ask, and it's to get clarification on the ordinance itself, and is that this agreement between the City of Mableton and Austell Gas Systems, does that in any way define the customers or the customer scope that Austell Gas has within the City of Mableton?
Can you clarify?
Sure. So right now in the City of Mableton, there's some people who use Austell Gas and some people who don't. I know personally I do have a choice about who I can use. I understand that some people do not, and they only have Austell Gas as their gas provider. As part of this ordinance and this agreement, this contract we have with Austell Gas Systems, does that in any way change who Austell Gas can have as customers or who they cannot?
No, this does not change. It's still a free market to the extent that the person can become a customer, but this does not regulate that in any capacity.
Thank you.
That's strictly up to state law and the services that Austell Gas is willing to provide.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Any other questions, discussion?
All right, I have a comment about how we're adopting ordinance. It's not specific to this particular ordinance, but it is about, in the charter, or our charter, it mentions that all ordinances are supposed to be brought in its final form, and I know sometimes we make changes and the public doesn't really have a chance to review it, but it's the second read and it gets passed. I don't think it's an issue for this ordinance, but I just, going forward, if there's a change made from the first read to the second read and it's not presented in the final form where the public has opportunity to make comments on the changes, I think it needs to automatically go to a third read before it's adopted. Does that make sense? Sometimes I'm not great at public speaking or putting my words in a way that makes the best sense.
You said that's happened before, where something was changed? Can you give, when did that happen?
So we'll do a first read, and we come back and we'll have changes, or maybe something was noticed and it's like, oh, we have to make this change. And we bring it, it's like, this is the second read, do you adopt it? And we have adopted it without going to a third read to give, because it's new information. It's information the public hasn't seen before or had time to review. And the ordinance, or not the ordinance, our charter says that all ordinances that are brought are supposed to be in its final form before adopted and then given us, I don't have the charter with me, but it's something I just remember being in there.
And you're saying it goes beyond like a
Something that's
ancillary
nominal,
change, it's a
yeah.
substantial change?
We'll get back on, I can email you. It's not significant to this ordinance, it's just procedurally going forward with other ones that might matter more than.
Oh, okay.
Do you have something that you want to address that needs to be changed in this?
No.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you. Does anyone else have any discussion or questions about the ordinance granting franchises to Austell Gas Systems? Hearing no other discussion and being the fact that this is the second read, I would like to entertain a motion to approve the ordinance granting franchises to Austell Gas.
So, I'm sorry, just real quick, based on your question, was there significant changes that I might have missed because, you know, I'm still African brain?
It changed from the formula before in all of our other natural gas franchise fees. It's calculated by a formula set by the Public Service
Commission.
Commission. And in the one that we got in this packet, and it's like a second read, it wasn't even like really brought to our attention that was changed to a 3% franchise fee. It's the same, but it's different. But it's just a different structure. But it was still a change up that it wasn't brought to my attention. I know it wasn't brought to the public. That's why I was bringing up just procedurally about the ordinance. But you're right, this isn't relevant to the specific ordinance, and so we'll address the agenda item at hand.
Yeah.
Okay. It is not germane to this specific ordinance. Okay. With that said, I have asked to entertain a motion to approve this ordinance.
Mayor, I move that we approve this ordinance as written.
Thank you, Councilman Davis. Do I have a second?
I second.
Thank you. Having a motion, have it seconded, I would like to call for a vote. All those in favor of approving the ordinance granting franchise fees to Austell Gas Systems, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay.
Procedurally, I want to oppose, but I don't have a problem with the ordinance, so I don't even know what to do. It doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't matter, Councilwoman.
There is a consensus that this should pass, so.
It does. However, our clerk must take note of the vote, so if you don't mind.
And abstaining from vote would mean that it will go with the majority, so just mark it as with the majority. It will be a yes.
Thank you. Hearing no opposition, the ordinance granting franchise fees to Austell Gas Systems has been approved. Thank you, Council, for this. Madam Clerk, that will then take us to item 9, which is discussion. This discussion is around the GovPilot integration system. GovPilot integration system is a cloud-based government management platform developed exclusively for local governments. What it will do, this system will give us the opportunity to be able to lay the groundwork in an effective, efficient manner for services that we need to take over and that we will be able to provide. A couple of those is opportunity to have a GIS system, which stands for Graphical Information System, which basically gives us a view of the entire city down to the parcel and street levels about who lives where, what parcel IDs people have, where our parks are, where our streets run through. This is the entity or solution for discussion here is GovPilot. GovPilot was one of 4 different, actually 6 different companies that we looked at related to cloud-based government management systems. The reason we looked at cloud-based management systems is because being a new city in 2023, we want to push forward with technology and leverage technology where we can. We understand that it is much more effective, efficient, and cheaper over the long run than having in-house systems or building out in-house servers, and definitely much more impactful and efficient than paper systems, which unfortunately some cities still use to this day. This GovPilot system will, the way that it is packaged is by modules. The modules that we are specifically looking at in this iteration would be our hotel motel tax revenue, so we can take that system, or we can take that service on truly in-house and be able to process and track and collect hotel motel tax revenue. Business licenses and occupational tax is one of those. Zoning permits, variance applications, and the last one is what's called report a concern, which is the see, click, fix type system that the county has, giving you or giving our citizens the opportunity to have a mobile application to be able to report any type of issues that they may have or see within the city. They could take a picture, snap it with the integration of the GIS system. It could geolocate to exactly where the issue is and be able to handle this. A couple more, I think, things about this solution is that obviously it is very secure in nature. There is a 24/7 operation for it. Since it is all online, it gives citizens the opportunity to be able to submit for any of these items 24/7 online and be able to not only submit for instance, a business license, but we'll be able to track that through. The efficiencies we get out of this has been attested to not only many systems, not just this one that was chosen, but that the efficiency that it gets is able to reduce the number of employees that a typical municipality would need to have through the online capabilities. And one of the major things is we get to set the workflow in that. And it's been speaking to many entities and cities around, one of the biggest problems is inefficiencies due to people submitting applications and those applications being incomplete. So lots of time going back, having to work on incomplete applications or just flat out incorrect information. Someone chose the wrong parcel or put the wrong information in there. With this system, it'll automatically validate everything against our internal GIS system, ensuring that they have the right location. It also will not allow incomplete applications to go through, so we can ensure that we're getting the efficiency that we should be able to get. I can tell you that most of these solutions for the services that we're looking at, the cost was anywhere between $40,000 and $96,000. The GovPilot solution that that I've selected and brought to the board today covers these 6 modules. Again, variance applications, zoning, business licenses, hotel motel tax, the report a concern feature, and our entire GIS bundle, which is normally about $25,000 itself. The pricing for this, including data imports from existing data that the county has to get all of our data loaded up. The total cost for this with discounts is $56,000. And the total cost for year 2 and year 3 will be $50,000. Again, I'm recommending this for our initial software to be able to implement because of the cost effectiveness. One advantage that this solution has is that it does not have a seat fee, which meaning that it is unlimited users. So as we grow and we build out departments, we will not have additional costs, whereas most of the solutions in this space, as you add employees on the system, they then add an additional $4,000 or $5,000 for use for every single user that comes on. So when we look at this over the course of multiple years and as we grow, the system becomes more cost effective. Another main reason was while we're only looking at 5 or 6 modules, this company has over 120 modules to choose from that covers every aspect of municipal government, giving us a lot of opportunity to be able to grow and add other modules and services as we move forward. So with that said, you guys have access and can see the subscription service order that was prepared for the City of Mableton. And at this time, I would like to entertain any questions, comments, or concerns.
So you said that.
Go ahead.
So you said that 6 modules are currently based off of our current requirements, and in the event that it's modular, right? So in the event that we grow, we can still customize it. Is that correct?
That is correct. That is part of having the 120 additional modules out there. And as well, the way the price structure works is they usually bundle modules by 5, 10, 15, or 20. So it does give us flexibility when it comes to modules. 'Cause individual modules are $18,000 a piece. So
the more modules you have, the more discount.
Correct, exactly. So the 5 that was listed, including GIS, again, which is normally a pretty expensive service in itself, the GIS module is included with this. But if any time and place that we had a need to swap out a module before they were deployed, we'd be able to do that as well. This cost also comes with all the professional services for us to be able to stand the services up. They have asked that we have 6 weeks to be able to stand up the service. Again, to your point earlier, where we are in the year, if we are looking at business licenses, there is a runway that we have, and this organization has assured us that they will be able to have these modules up and running for business licenses well prior to January the 1st.
I have just one question. I'd like to direct this to our city attorney. Is there any, as a city, is there any requirement either in our charter or in Georgia state law that requires us to have bids before we decide on something like this or any other services or anything like that?
Since this was not a state contract provider.
So there are certain bid requirements, like it just varies based on the topic. Like you have the Public Works Construction Act, where if you're going to bid something out for over $100,000, so there are certain bid requirements. I am not aware of any bid requirement for this particular software service. Now, most cities will put in place procurement policies where you set your own bid requirements, and we did have first read on a prior procurement policy where you would just set standards and procedures for your procurement. Your charter actually anticipates that before transition ends that you will put those procedures and practices in place. So until you put them in place, do you have anything that confines you at this point? No, but it's just anticipated that you will put those parameters in place before the end of your transition.
Okay.
But there will be, like I said, certain things, depending on the cost and the nature of the project, that will fall into state purview as far as requiring you to bid that out. So those particular items will supersede your local control. So you'll have to defer to state law versus your own local policies in those cases.
Okay, so at this point, anything that's presented to us, we don't have to have a bid for it, is what you're saying?
Well, it's going to be case by case specific. Like, for example, if the next meeting, the request was to present, it just depends on the contract. It depends on whether it falls under the Public Works Construction Act. It depends on the price of the contract. So there's a lot of circumstances and parameters that may pull something out of local control. But you do have a level of local control. And by level of local control, what I mean is that all municipalities have the ability to set the parameters for what the bid requirements will be. Like whether staff has to get 3 bids, whether if it's over a certain amount, instead of getting 3 quotes, you have to actually put an RFP out. So if you look at the policies and procedures for almost every municipality that's been in operation for any extended period, they will have a procurement policy that has those local procedures. And then sometimes your procurement policy will not be applicable because there'll be a state law that pulls it out of your purview and says that you have to comply with state law. But this particular document is not pulled out of your purview. So if you did in fact have procurement policies in place, this would fall under those procurement policies, but until you set those policies, you do have the ability to control whether you move forward and to, on a case-by-case basis, say that we'll require certain bid requirements, et cetera.
Thank you.
What was the part, Mayor, about the 6-week deadline?
Implementation time.
And why is that?
Because this solution, as far as many software solutions, most of all of them have implementation timelines.
Right, to implement what specifically?
To implement the solution.
To implement the collection of occupational taxes. This will be a vote to solidify that we are in fact going to be collecting occupational taxes, and we'll be creating a community development division.
So let me be clear about what this is. That part and parcel can be true, but no, that is not exactly what it is. One of the modules here is for hotel motel tax revenue, which we are already doing.
Sure.
Which we're
not approving one module, we're approving how many?
We're approving 5.
We're approving the solution.
But we're approving the solution as a whole, right? So what this gives us the opportunity to be able to do is to offset some of those and be able to gain the efficiencies from which we're already doing one of these, as I mentioned, hotel motel tax, which we can start seeing realized gains off of this immediately. So the implementation time is the time that it takes them to set up the system and to customize it and to prepare it for public consumption. And again, almost every software solution has an implementation time that they do. Normally, that implementation comes with an additional $10,000 to $15,000 cost, but we do not have that associated with this.
So if we did it itemized by module, if we just did a hotel motel tax module, how much would that be?
$18,000 plus a data import fee of $2,000, so $10,000.
And if I'm,
or $20,000, sorry.
There's no data import for hotel motel?
Well, we would now. They're not going to do it because we're going to do it, but if we had to,
Oh, okay, so,
yeah.
And they give you bundles, and that bundle is 5 different modules that you would implement at a given time. Now,
Right, but that's only good if you're going to use it.
And we are.
Right.
We are, and I don't think we're ready to take over the collection of occupational taxes and set up a permitting and community development division. That is why
Duly noted.
Mayor,
Attorney.
Mayor, my recommendation would be to, instead of authorizing the actual procurement, it would be to authorize the mayor to negotiate and then execute an agreement within certain parameters. So that way, if there is a way, like as Councilwoman Ock just suggested, if there is a way to craft the agreement to where the modules, because we do know based on the organizational chart in your planning retreat that zoning will come further down the line. So if there's a way to not pay for that module, then we wouldn't want to pay for that unnecessarily. So giving the mayor the authority to execute this, as long as it doesn't exceed the 5 modules and it doesn't exceed that amount, will give the mayor the flexibility to piecemeal versus having to just accept this as is.
I think in essence that's what we're doing, though,
Right.
because we're not going to turn on all 5 modules at the same time. We're going to turn those on as we are able to accept them and to be able to utilize them.
but are we paying for them now?
Versus paying $18,000 for each module individually. Where would we be a year from now? Almost double the cost. We would be double the cost. So this gives us the flexibility now through the package to be able to purchase these at a significant discount and then be able to roll them out as we are ready. Versus.
But we've already paid for it, so it's essentially, we could roll it out when we're ready, but we've already paid for it, so why would, that's not really saving us money, and it's not, it's not using something we've paid for.
No, we will start using
I mean,
3
we would
immediately,
use,
4 immediately.
What are those for?
Hotel motel tax, report of concern, the GIS module, and then our business licenses.
Is the GIS the variance application?
No.
Oh, that's different.
What's the benefit of having the City Clerk fix the report of concern? What department's going to respond to that?
I respond to it now every single day when people reach out.
Why would we pay to have it when we're already having it for free? The county's taking care of it. If we're not,
Citizens right now in the city of Mableton are contacting us every day about concerns that they have.
right, but we have access to City Clerk fix. That's the same thing we're trying to adopt, but the county already has it.
We
Like,
don't-
We don't have access.
Hear out. Go ahead, sorry.
No, I want to understand, I don't think I
Sure.
understand where you're coming from, so.
So we don't have that service.
Yeah.
The
So what's-
county has that service. The city does not have that. What we're trying to do is implement a service to where when our citizens reach out to us with any complaint, that we're able to receive that complaint, catalog that complaint, track it through resolution. even if we're not the ones that's actually doing that. Because what happens now is we get a complaint, someone calls or sends an email, someone, a lot of times it's myself, will actually go to the C-Click Fix and actually put it in, or I will call or email our commissioner, or somebody will that gets the complaint. I mean, many of us have done that already. And then we're left with a way of not being able to track that, not being able to provide updates, and not even be able to effectively communicate with the county about the work that's being done. Again, part of us becoming a city and moving forward is about being able to be responsive to our citizens.
Are we going to be the ones responding?
We respond now. We do respond.
So, I mean, and a great example is I'm getting multiple emails, and I'm going to put them out there on Front Street just because I see them sitting there. Barry Krebs will send an email that says that, hey,
you understand what I'm saying.
I do. Let me finish. That says, hey, there's spray paint on this wall or whatever. So then that's an email string that then the county is taking care of, but our citizen is asking us, how do we take care of this situation? So while we're not directly impact or doing the work, we want to be able to make sure that it's cataloged, because half the emails that Barry has sent out about that, I don't know what's happened. So we need to be able to track it. We need to be able to have it in our system to be able to know where this is in the process. So I get what you're saying. We're not directly doing the work, but we are directly answering to our citizens who have a situation, who have an issue.
There is a notification on C-Click Fix that will give you updates in your email.
Right.
When someone submits.
But I don't have, but I as a councilman don't have access to.
You do, everyone does.
Let me finish. I don't have access to the Cobb County back end to be able to see the track, to be able to see the history, to be able to see all of the things that have happened within our city. And that's a different situation than being able to get a notification that says, hey, this was taken care of, or no, it wasn't taken care of.
So on the Cobb County website with code enforcement, there is actually a log of all code enforcement complaints and the status of it and how it was resolved. And it's open to everyone in the public.
Yeah. And
so I have to go to Cobb County to get the information versus having it myself?
We're also going to Cobb County to fix our roads and administer code enforcement and a lot of our services.
Sure.
Why, right now, you're
At what point do we
proposing-
get an opportunity to transition these things? Like, when is it the right time? Like, we need to start putting things in place today so that we can have things that we want to have later on next year. But we need to start making plans. We need to start making moves. We can't continue to operate as a city that is dependent solely on a county.
I could understand having a place to log concerns if the city had a code enforcement department that was going to actually address the concern. This would be just for data purposes.
And a lot of that stuff comes into when you start to plan out a city, you need to know what it is that you are taking on.
I agree completely. That is what I'm saying. I want to be able to do this in a very thoughtful way and have it when we are ready to roll it out. I feel that by agreeing to use GovPilot, it is an agreement that we are definitely going to be taking control of occupational taxes on January 1st, because that's the only purpose of having this in a bundle the way that
it's not the only purpose. It is not.
Okay.
The only purpose is, again, $18,000 per module versus $50,000 for 5 modules, 6 modules.
Right.
There's a difference. It's not necessarily that we're saying it's not that we're saying on January 1, we're going to start taking over this service and this is, bar none what we're going to be doing. It is not saying that. It is saying that once we are ready to bring on these services, we have the system that everybody's talked about in place to be able to take on those services. But if we wait, then we're going to have this same conversation in January, in February, to say we're not ready to take it on. We're not ready to take it on. Like, when are we ready to take it on?
I don't think that's true at all.
I mean, but that's what you said for
No, that's
three
not what I said.
different situations that we've been talking about.
No, Mr. Mayor.
Need I remind us that the resolution for civility was just passed? So with that said, I do want to continue this conversation and discussion, but I want to hear from Councilman Davis at this point.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I'm listening to this conversation, and I'm stuck at a point here. The point is, and forgive me, this is my Lean Six Sigma hat being put on right now. we're saying that if we do this right now, we will save, well, the calculation came $52,000, as opposed to delaying this. Now, I have to go back to the pledges I made on my campaign trail, that we will be fiscally responsible. I mean, for my district, and I'm sure for the rest of the council. And I do understand the concerns, but I want to be clear on where the inefficiencies, or are there any inefficiencies in terms of if we do this now and save $52,000? Are there going to be any inefficiencies? Are we not going to be able to service the community? That's what I'm missing, because what I'm hearing, and again, forgive me, my Lean Six Sigma banker hat is still on right now. Saving the taxpayers $52,000. I mean, it's not $1 million, but we did say we were going to be fiscally responsible. And again, I just want to make sure that we take this on. We're not going to shortchange the citizens and services, are we? I just want to be clear on that.
I would say we're attempting to accelerate services and responsiveness to the citizens by doing this.
Okay, I just want to be clear, because I'm hearing, you know, maybe we're not going to be able to do something if we do this now, but I'm all for saving money. My wife will say I'm cheap, and that's okay, I am. But for me, saving the citizens' money is the taxpayers and the residents' money means a lot, and it's in line with what I pledged as a councilman. Not saying that everybody else is not about that, but I want to make sure that what I don't want us to be misled in any way, that somehow this is going to be detrimental. If it's going to be detrimental, I'm all for not doing it. But if it's going to be a benefit, which it sounds to me like it is, and we're going to save money, it's kind of a no-brainer. But that's just me. So I just want to be clear. If I'm mistaken, somebody let me know. But what? So, I mean, so somebody just clear this up for me just a bit.
I really need to speak. Okay, City of Mableton, we say or have said that we are to be transparent about what it is that we're doing. And to me, I feel like there's an elephant in the room. I mean, I don't understand why it cannot be said, and hopefully I'm not breaking any rules here, that there is a goal to collect occupational taxes next year by January 1st. And so we're trying to implement policies, procedures, software, possibly, you know, employees or whatever, so that we are in a position to collect those fees in January. I don't understand why we're tap dancing around that.
Thank you for that, but I don't think we are.
I think we were.
I don't think, because every time we talk about, or Patty has mentioned occupational tax, it's like, well, we don't know. That's what it's sounding like.
That's exactly what we're talking about. That is the goal. I'm sorry.
But I'm just feeling as though that is like, why can't we tell our constituents that we want GovPilot so that we're in a position to collect occupational tax? We want to pass a spending plan because we need employees to set up, or a system to set up, or a company to set up so we can pay them so we can collect occupational tax. I don't understand.
So I hear you.
Well, I mean, I know it's not just occupational tax, but you weren't here at the last meeting. We have a goal in terms of what the date is that we need to be ready to do this. So a lot of the stuff that is being pushed forward, why we have 3 meetings in November, and why we have a deadline in December, is because we have to set ourselves up to collect occupational tax.
So
I mean, that's just
So I will say, I don't think that's an elephant in the room nobody's willing to talk about. I think what was said was, when Councilman Ock said this is the only reason we are doing these things, And I say, no, this is not the only reason. The reason we have a spending plan that's not specifically for occupational tax is because the citizens of Mableton have asked for it. They've demanded to know, for us to be transparent about what we're spending. I've sat and watched countless people stand up there and say, you should not spend another dime until you have a budget. I've heard people say, where is our money going, right? How much money has been spent? That's been asked time and time again. So in full transparency, that is why we're doing this. Now, as it relates to occupational tax, absolutely yes. We want to be in a position to be able to collect occupational taxes, and we want to be in a position to issue business licenses in the city of Mableton under our own capabilities in January 1st. Absolutely. And I don't think anybody is tap dancing around that. That has been part of our feasibility study. That has been something that we've talked about since January 1st. Now, the fact that we're here in November and it's crunch time and it's, ooh, what do we do? We've got to move forward. We've got to take the bull by the horns. We've got to do the things that we know we need to do. Rushing does not mean recklessness. You can rush without being reckless.
And I don't see that we're rushing.
And I don't, again, the spending plan was laid out for 1 month for us to review the spending plan. The goal is to potentially adopt it on November 30th, right? So when we said, hey, there's times of when's our next meeting, and we said, hey, to your point around having 3 meetings, well, sometimes it's like that. And we've consistently told the citizens the reason we will have ad hoc meetings, if you will, or at least not traditional scheduling, because there will be times where we will need to meet more often than what regular schedule occur. So I hear you, but I don't think there's an elephant. I don't think we're hiding anything to say that we're not preparing ourselves to be able to obtain occupational taxes. That is a significant source of revenue for the city. I think that it will be not a good thing if we're not able to collect millions of dollars that we have planned to have. Whether we talk about having surplus or not, that is part of the plan we have to do. So again, I don't think we're not speaking of it, but everything else we're doing isn't simply to subvert something so we can get this done. I'm 100% comfortable with saying we absolutely want to put ourselves in a position to be able to accept occupational taxes and issue business licenses as a city. But I also know that there's a host of other things that we need to do in conjunction with that to move us forward and also set us up for success in 2024 and 25 as we work on the full transition of the city services. But thank you for calling it out, because if we don't feel that we're being very upfront with that, I'm totally clear with saying that. That is part of our objective, yes. Anyone else?
By our objective, that's part of, it hasn't been discussed publicly what our objective is, and I think that's why we're having the back and forth we're having right now. We haven't really talked about the options of what would happen and when we take it over, what would happen, what would the budget look like if we didn't. To say that we're doing a spending plan specifically because the constituents have been asking for it, well, they've been asking for a regular meeting schedule, and they've been asking for a website. So I think it's a little not quite genuine to say that is specifically because they're asking for it. No, it is completely centered around the objective that you have to collect occupational taxes and to implement permitting division in January.
Our objective is to build a city. That's our objective, and to progress forward. And so there are steps that we have to take and put into place to be able to do that. And I hear everything that you're saying, Patty and Deborah, and your concerns, but a part of that is outlining, clearly outlining a spending plan. And then in that, obviously, it feels like we are building the plane and flying it at the same time. So I do understand what you're saying. And you know, there are going to be some pain points that we experience in that, and some challenges that we'll be faced with. But you know, as everyone has mentioned up here, you know, it is important for us to continue to move forward, to put the necessary steps in place. So if the number one step is having a spending plan, then that's where we start at. And then we can delve in a little bit deeper and talk about what that plan is gonna look like going forward. But our objective is to build a city.
I don't think anyone disagrees with that.
That's true. Not everyone might not agree with that, but that's what a lot of the citizens.
I said no one disagrees with you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I didn't hear you.
All right, with that said, at this point in time, in the sincerest effort of moving us forward, does anyone have any other discussion on this matter? Hearing no other discussion, I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the GovPilot software integration as laid out in the subscription service order.
Mayor, can we clarify that it's authorizing you to execute an agreement as laid out, up to the amount that's laid out?
Yes.
Just so you have the flexibility to craft the agreement, because we don't have the actual parameters here. So
Sure.
that it would create the thresholds. You wouldn't be able to exceed the costs or the number of modules that are set forth here, but you would have the ability to execute that agreement.
Indeed, I do agree, yes. So I'll entertain a motion that we be able to move forward with GovPilot integration software based on the service subscription order, not to exceed the cost amount of $56,000, and not to exceed the 5 modules, and I will include 6 because it's not listed, but GIS is part of that, and not to exceed the 6 modules.
All right, I'll make the motion to, for the mayor to execute an agreement with GovPilot, no more than the $56,000 and the 6 modules listed in here.
I second.
Thank you. Having a motion and having it seconded, I'd like to move to a vote. All those in favor of it, of approving the GovPilot integration software cost at the max of $56,000, including the 6 modules, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Hearing only one negative, the ayes have it. Madam Clerk, please note the ayes and nays, and that will move us to item 9B, which has 4 components to this. The 4 components of this module, the 4 components to this are several training opportunities that are before us, and I think since they are, we actually have we've delegated the number of opportunities that we have in front of us, with some people attending, some others not attending, and some people having choices about those. Those are 2024 state mandated newly elected officials institute, which is a mandatory training that was held in Athens, that will be held in Athens, February 28th through March 1st. It is facilitated by the Carl Vinson Institute, Institute of Government, which is, by the way, the same institute affiliated with the UGA that conducted the feasibility study for the city. The second item is the National League of Cities. The annual city summit will be held here in Atlanta, November 16th through November 18th of this coming year, or this year, excuse me. The third item is the Georgia Academy for Economic Development. They will be hosting a training session called The Essentials, which is a topic course focused on issues around housing, economic development, and collaboration that will also be held in Atlanta on November 16th. And lastly, the Georgia Municipal Association City United Summit will be hosted in Atlanta. That is the second of two conferences that the GMA organization provides. It will be hosted here in Atlanta, January 26th through January 29th. Again, as mentioned, these are 4 items that are before the council today because we have a need to have authorized spending for these, being that we do not have a spending plan in place yet. The need to have authorization for each one of these elements is what is before us now. With that said, Madam Clerk, do you have the dollar amounts associated with each of these? I do understand that some of these were based on top line numbers if everyone attended, but as mentioned, I don't think everyone will be attending all of these, maybe just the first one.
Yes, the first one, the state mandated newly elected officials. I would expect most of you would attend that one. That one's very important. It is required by the state law that newly elected council take this class, or there's 2 or 3 classes involved. It should be noted that the highest price, if everybody went for this one, would include the hotel rate and the travel, the gasoline, and the registration fee. Could be up to about $7,350, but it could be less. I calculated a higher price for a hotel, but the reason that we do need to vote on all of these is because the election is next Tuesday, and there will be a lot of new council and mayors that will be signing up for this class, and there is a hotel that's right where the classes are offered that is at a cheaper price. It's $114 a night. That's what we want. So we have the upper hand right now to go ahead and get into that hotel and get the cheaper price. So that's one reason it's on the agenda. And we don't have a spending plan, but at least we can get the okay, and then I can go in and reserve the rooms for the council and sign them up for these classes. The other item that I would speak about is the Georgia Municipal Association Cities United Summit. Here too, after the election next Tuesday, the mayor and council all over the state of Georgia will be registering, and this will get filled up. I don't expect all the council to go to that one. They won't take all the classes. You don't know at this point because it is in January, but it is definitely important that if they are going, that we can go ahead and register and get the classes, because these things fill up real fast. There's a lot of mayor and council all over Georgia that try to get these classes. And even though the total price for that one, for everybody to go, which is very unlikely, it would be about $8,600, but it's very unlikely that people have time to go to that one. And then there's also the Georgia Academy for Economic Development that offers good classes. These classes get filled up real fast too. I think I saw last night that there were 7 spots left for this one. We may have 2 council that want to go to that one, 2 or 3, and that class is $195 each. So we're just offering these items because we know they're going to get filled up. We're competing with mayor and council all over the state. They are important for a new council to take these classes. And then the National League of Cities is down in Atlanta also, and the mayor can tell you about that one. I don't expect many of the council will go to that one either, but he can tell you more detail about that one.
So for National League of Cities, that city summit they're having 16th through the 18th, the city of Mableton is registered as a member of the National League of Cities, which they have, I still need to confirm, but speaking with their executive director, I do believe they've waived the first year annual fee for that, which I think was about $7,000. With that said, we are clear to register for this summit at a reduced rate of $515 each. That is the first-time attendee cost for that. So, so I think with that said, again, the numbers fluctuate for these based on who's actually going to attend. I don't know if we have a clear idea right now, councilperson by councilperson, who exactly is going to attend what. But I think we've laid out at least the dates, locations, and the dollar amount for those. So I'll open the floor up for discussion about these items, if there's any. Hearing no discussion, I think the most prudent way to proceed is to approve spending based on the allocation that our clerk has denoted based on the number of people who are actually going to go. Understanding again that it will fluctuate based on the actual attendees for these. So
What was the
Total
ahead.
cost of that. I'm sorry, what was the total cost for?
Which one?
Are we doing it just like a lump, or is it by each individual? Like,
So
are we
ag-
doing one motion for all of them, or like what exactly?
We can. Total cost we know will fluctuate, right? Because we don't know exactly who's going to go to what based on what. What we can do is I'm fine with going item by item, and we can,
I think
if you want.
the main one that probably most of you will all go at the same time would be the mandated, required by the state law. That would probably be all of you, and that price would be, I think it would be under $7,350. That's assuming you did not get the better hotel rate at 114. But if you got the better hotel rate at 114, it would be a lot less than that. But the worst case scenario, the highest price would be $7,350. And that's for all of you going at the same time to Athens, February 28th through March 1st.
Okay, thank you for that, Madam Clerk. So let's do this. Let's move forward with this in a fashion of, if the council doesn't mind, I'll call for a vote on each one of these at what the cost will be. So I'll entertain a motion for item 1B, which is to approve the expenditures for the 2024 state mandated newly elected officials institute at a, I'm going to say the expenditure does not exceed $7,500.
I'll make a motion to approve. It is mandated training, or not? Yes.
And I'll second that motion.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. With that being said, I'd like to move to vote for approval for 2024 state mandated newly elected official institute at a not to exceed amount of $7,500. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. With no opposition, the ayes have it. Let's move to item item B2, which is National League of Cities Annual Summit. That is an amount of $515 each. Therefore, I would like to move that, I would like to entertain a motion to approve attendees to the annual city summit at a cost no more than $515. Let me back up with that, because I want to be consistent with what the clerk is doing. So, and the reason I say that, it is in Atlanta, so we don't need travel for that, but there will be ancillary costs for that. So I would like to move forward to entertain approval for the National League of Cities Annual Summit at a price, at a cost no more than $650 per attendee.
Wait, say it again, I'm sorry.
I basically am entertaining a motion for the expenditure for that at no more than $650 per attendee.
And where did the 650 number come from?
The 650 comes from, 515 is the registration, so whatever ancillary costs,
Gotcha.
parking,
Okay.
food, whatever comes with that. Not to exceed that. Correct.
So I'll put out a motion that we approve the National League of Cities not to exceed $650, but we, at the same time, need to determine who are the people that plan on going.
Yeah, that's per person.
Right.
That is a per person.
Right.
Correct, yes.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, ladies first.
I second.
Thank you. Having a motion and it's seconded, I would like to call for a vote. All those in favor of approving expenditures for National League of Cities not to exceed $650 per attendee, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
One, we do have one person opposed. Please note, Madam Clerk, that was Councilwoman Auk. Let's move now to item B3, which is the Georgia Academy of Economic Development. For this, I would like to suggest that we move forward, and I would entertain a motion to accept expenditures for attendees to the Georgia Academy of Economic Development at a cost no more than $250 per user.
I so move that we accept going to the Georgia Academy for Economic Development at a cost of no more than, is it $250?
Yes.
$250 per attendee.
Thank you.
I second the motion.
Thank you. With a motion being seconded, I would like to call for a vote. All those in favor of approving expenditures for the Georgia Academy of Economic Development at a price not to, or a cost not to exceed $250 per attendee, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Hearing no opposition, the ayes have it. Will take us to our last item, which is before the Georgia Municipal Association Cities for United Summit. For this item, Madam Clerk, I do think you had calculated a total amount if everyone attended. Is that the 8633?
Yes, and that included registration at $375, and there's 3 classes offered, but I doubt that everybody would take 3 classes, but they could. But I'm allowing that if they did, and one of the all-day class is $305, and then there's 2 half-day classes at $210 each, and then maybe some gas at $26. So the total, if everybody took all classes, everybody went and drove their car, it's $8,633. But I doubt that everybody would make it. But you never know.
Thank you for that, Madam Clerk. I do appreciate it. Based on that, I would like to entertain a motion to approve an expenditure for the attendance at the Georgia Municipal Association Cities United Summit at a cost not to exceed $8,633.
I motion that we approve the Georgia Municipal Association Cities United Summit not to exceed a cost of $8,600.
I second.
8633.
8633.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Hearing a motion and it being seconded, I would like to call for a vote to approve total expenditures for Georgia Municipal Association Cities United Summit not to exceed $8,633. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Please note that the ayes have it with 2 nays, being Councilwoman Ogg and Councilwoman Herndon. The ayes have that. That does pass. That takes us into item 10, which is the city attorney comments.
No comment, Mayor.
Thank you, ma'am. Madam Clerk, you're up.
Comment.
No comments? Thank you. That takes us to item 12, is city council comments. I would like to begin with Councilman Davis.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. As I sit here tonight, and this has been it's been a little bit lively, and that's good. That's good. We are city of civility, I think now, or about to be.
We're about to be.
But again, I'm always moved by not only the passion and dedication of this council, but the passion and dedication of the residents as well. I look here and I see faces that, really care about what's going on in this city, this new city. It's something it's a work in progress, as we all are really, until the day we die. But the thing that I'm most impressed about is how the citizens and the residents of this community really care, and really care to show up, and aren't afraid to voice their opinions, which are all valuable. I am honored to sit here. I don't take it lightly, and really, I might sound a bit corny sometimes, but I'll say this: I am proud to be a resident of this city and on this council. I'm proud to serve you, and I am really proud of the residents, because believe me, I've been from one end of this country to the other, and I've seen a lot of apathy, in communities, one thing I can say about Mableton, the residents here really care, and they are not apathetic. So again, thanks for the opportunity to serve. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. And you know, we're going to make this happen. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Councilwoman Oladapo.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have two very quick things to say. One is to thank everyone for sitting with us tonight and working through this with us. This is all growing pains, and I'm sure one day we'll tell the story of how it all went, hopefully in a positive light. So I really thank you all for taking the time coming here tonight. And number two, I wanted to quickly touch on, just with eviction being a huge topic for the past few months since we've come into office. I wanted to touch on the program that Cobb County just launched, a pilot program called the Eviction Diversion Program, also known as the Housing Stability Court. This program has $1.3 million in funding to help people of Cobb County continue to retain their residents and provide all of the critical services that their family needs. So I'm hoping that Mableton residents will take advantage of this program in addition to the regular rental assistance that we have, and also mortgage assistance programs as well. They provide transportation, childcare, utility payments, and a host of all other services, including legal services. I hope we can take advantage of this, and if there's anything that District 2 residents would like for me to discuss with the county about this program personally for our residents, please feel free to reach out to me at dami.oladapo@mableton.gov. We can use our new emails now, right?
You just did.
Okay. I love that. All right, that's just all I wanted to say. Thank you all so much.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I want to thank you all again for coming out and supporting us. It's always great to hear your feedback and input on how we can continue to progress the city forward, moving forward. And I also would like to thank the mayor and my colleagues for adopting to become a city of civility, and just for their commitment and for understanding and respecting each other's different perspectives. We don't always agree, and there'll be moments where we don't see eye to eye. But we all have a heart for the city of Mableton, and we all remain professional whenever we're having our discussions, at least we hope to be, and have an open mind, and we want to, hopefully be able to thrive and be successful and have effective conflict resolution. So I'm just excited that we were able to at least agree upon that tonight. And in case you guys didn't notice, I wasn't here last meeting, so I'm happy to be back. I was honored to have been selected to as a community leader by the Atlanta Neighborhood Development Partnership to represent South Cobb at the National Leadership Institute, which was hosted by NeighborWorks San Francisco, California. So myself and 4 other community leaders in the greater Atlanta area were chosen to attend the event. It was It was an all-expense paid trip that was paid by the Atlanta Neighborhood Development Partnership. And their mission is to develop, finance, and advocate for affordable housing at scale that promotes equity and healthy communities where families can thrive. So it's a chartered member of NeighborWorks, and we had the opportunity to visit various different communities within San Francisco. So we had a chance to go see the Mission District as well as the Tenderloin District and Chinatown and a few others, where we had a chance to look at some of the challenges that they were faced with, and have conversations with local leaders so that we could take away some nuggets that we could adopt back here in Mableton. And so the 5 of us will get a chance to have a project where we'll be able to work in the greater Atlanta area as well as in Mableton, and provide some of the solutions here. So it may be somewhat premature now, but in the future we'll be able to utilize some of the solutions that we pulled from the project that we had a chance to work on. And then lastly, there are a lot of awareness campaigns and events that are going on this month, predominantly Alzheimer's Disease Awareness Month.
that's really close to my heart. I lost my grandfather to Alzheimer's and a few other family members. So if you could really get involved in that, that will be great. And we also, it's also Caregivers Month as well, in addition to Diabetes Awareness Month. So if you have an opportunity, please get involved in those 3 campaigns. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and congratulations, Councilwoman Jeffcoat. I do have a lot of a couple comments I want to say. I get flustered and lose the ability to coherently speak, so just bear with me. It was a lively meeting today. I just want to thank the council for your ability to work together. I know sometimes we disagree on the best path for Mableton and the speed of which to roll it out, but know that everyone here at this table wants what's best for Mableton. We may have different ideas on what that looks like, but just know that everyone up here has a commitment to serve everyone in this room and everyone watching this meeting. And just thank you all for being here tonight. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, it's me. So, good evening. Thanks everybody for sticking around with this. I'll get into my written remarks so I don't go off topic. It would be easy to sit back and cry boo-hoo that our governor did not create a transition committee for the new city of Mableton. But that would be a cop-out. Instead, I hope you all understand that despite the powers that be who would love to see this city fail for whatever reason, we are thriving. We are thriving because the 7 who sit before you today, led by Mayor Owens, do not understand the concept of fail. And we will continue to thrive because we will continue working together. I stand in awe at what we have accomplished in the last 100+ days, and it is all due to the 10 you elected and that were appointed to lead this city. Our interim city clerk, city attorney, and finance consultant, the best in the business, and we're lucky to have them with us. And I'll be honest, this is a lot more work than I anticipated when I set out to run for this seat. And in fact, tonight, for the first time in my daughter's 12-year life, I'm missing a very important thing that she has going on this evening, but it's because I am very committed to what is going on, and so is she. But again, that's how important what we are doing here is to me and this council. We are all here in the service of Mableton, as everybody's kind of said tonight. Now there are things you all want done to justify the city's existence. You can get upset on different platforms and talk about the things, and I commend you for speaking out. Now, as the song says, open your eyes, and it's time to get to work. We, and I stress the word we, put out a survey a few months ago asking people to let us know where they wanted to help, where they thought that their talents could be used. And out of 77,000 people, we got 200 to 250 responses. That's not acceptable. We as a city need to come together. So I've spoken with some that said, I saw the survey but felt the mayor had his own agenda and my voice would never be heard. Well, that's crap, because we put out the survey asking for you to be a part of this city. So let me remind you, the city is governed by 7, first of all, and second, our mayor knows we can't do all this with just our 7, and third, we need you. So while I was in South Africa, the one thing I noticed was a sense of acknowledgement of history and the overwhelming sense of unity. I'm not gonna play like I'm an expert, but apartheid, in my opinion, was not ended because Nelson Mandela was freed from prison. In fact, the people rallied around an idea of unity and then created what we now look at and see as South Africa. Of course, they have a lot of work to do, just like we do, to become a powerhouse, but they have the building blocks. They just won the Rugby World Cup, and people of all socio-economic ideologies came together to celebrate. So, why can't we? We are writing history here in Mableton and in Cobb County. Get on board like you all have been doing and coming to the meetings and everything else, and let's get this thing done. Now, I'll leave you where I started. The governor has convened a special session to address an issue, but if you noticed, it had nothing to do with our city. So I submit to you, for the next 2 years plus, at least, this is your city council, your mayor, And let's move past the desire to break the city apart and move towards building our city together. And if you have anything to say, ask, comment, whatever, you can reach me at tj.ferguson, TJ.Ferguson, @mableton.gov. You ask for a way to contact us and be informed, and it's here. So again, the things that you're asking for, we're doing. It just takes time, and it just takes us planning and making it happen. So let's go, Mableton.
Thank you, sir.
Well,
Councilwoman
I don't have a
Herndon.
whole lot to say. I'm going to make this really quick. I appreciate all of you who are taking your time to come and support us as we transition the city. And I will echo what Patty Ock has said, is that, sometimes we don't always agree. But, I do appreciate the decorum with which we, have our discussions. And I wanted to just let you all know, just for me, with 3 meetings scheduled for this month, unfortunately, sometimes there are conflicts. Some of you may know that I had a death in the family at the end of June that really impacted our family, and the burden has fallen on me to take care of the estate, which is in Richmond, Virginia. So I've been traveling back and forth trying to work, with the city council schedule. Unfortunately, there is a conflict for next week. And, I want you all to know that I'm serious about what my position here, and I want to be involved. But this was something that I have been pushing, and now it's D-Day, and I have no choice but to fly to Richmond. So I will not be here next week. However, my intention is to log in like many of you do and listen, because this is a really important meeting next week, because this is where you all can have your voices heard and chime in on how the spending plan is going to be, brought forward. So I will be listening in, although I may not be here physically. I will be here in spirit, and I will see you all hopefully at the next meeting at the end of November. That's it.
Thank you. So I think I'll start off by thanking you guys for coming, and thank you for being here. The consistent faces that we see in the audience is reassuring to the commitment levels that we have. I think about it like a lottery, when the lottery starts to go up to $600, $700, $800 million, and you get a lot of people playing, but when it's not as many, how many people actually go out and play? You guys are true players, and we want you to continue to be that. We want you to continue to show up to our council meetings and be part of who we are, because let's face it, our success is your success, and vice versa. We sit on this side of the table, but we serve you. And I don't think a single one of us ever forget that on a day-to-day basis. I want to go back to something that Councilman Ferguson mentioned very early on, but a few hours earlier this afternoon. During lunch, I got the opportunity to present the Mableton Citizen of the Year Award, and that was presented to, as you know, to Dr. Chris Boyd. I was happy when he was nominated. He was actually nominated by Lisa Crossman, who came here and actually presented to us from the Cobb Douglas Board of Health. But he is more than worthy of this award, not just for what he does for the city, but for what he does to the community every single day, every single week. Being the general manager of this fine facility and the outpouring that he does to the community. I was here literally on Halloween night, and thousands of people came through here. I think Councilman Aldapo was here as well. Thousands of people came through here, and it's just such a joy to what this facility means to the city and this part of the county. So I just wanted to raise him up again in thanks for what he does, again, not just for us as a city government and the epicenter, but for what he does for the entire community. A quick update kind of on where we are with some of the city apparatus things. As if it's not apparent to you yet, our city emails are up and running. I've spent a lot of time over the last couple of weeks testing the system, ensuring that we have the right security parameters in place. And again, it's not just our email system. There's a host of other things that come along with that, our online repository, our vaulting system, what we use for productivity as far as like our capability to be able to share and build PowerPoints and all that kind of stuff is part of that. But obviously to you guys, what's important is the email. So at this point in time, it is up and running. We haven't really blasted it out yet, but it is first.lastname@mableton.gov. If there is an issue with it, let us know, let your council person know, let me know, and I'll dig into it. I did ratchet it up quite a bit to make sure we were not getting spam, and yeah. I wanted to make sure we're going to be very secure. We're going to make sure we're not flooding ourselves with spam and viruses. But seriously, if there's an issue, please let us know immediately. On the website front, we are almost there. There's a couple of things we're doing. I think Councilman Ferguson and I are going to get together sometime between now and next week. And I've done most of the security testing for it. I think we're good with that. There's a couple of things we need to do, and we're going to turn that on. That is going to be obviously very important, so we can then work with our clerk, make sure we get our minutes and everything on there. All the live streaming that we do will have it integrated, as well as our event calendar and our meeting calendar will be directly integrated into the websites as well. Along with that, we have our cell phones. They are actually in-house now. There's just a little more provisioning we have to do for those, as well as our computers, to make sure that we have our software set up for that and our antivirus solution, and have that connected in. You know, my take on this, and I'm a little bit biased because I've spent 25 years working in IT and cybersecurity, but also the fact that we are the newest city in the state of Georgia, and I want us to leverage all the advantage that we can get out of technology to ensure that we have the most advanced system that we can within reason, that is more effectively to be able to communicate with you, as well as not take us back to any draconian days that might interrupt our efficiency or our security. We understand that as we collect information from your city, from the city, meaning from you and anyone else, we have to be effective data stewards. Time and time, we just passed Cybersecurity Awareness Month. That was in October, but we've seen cities get attacked, and I want to make sure at the helm that that does not happen to us. And you can rest assured that when you are sharing information with the city, that we are keeping it safe. So, with that being said, we're on the cusp of a lot of really good things happening as it relates to the communication, again, which is something you guys have been talking about a lot. And we're almost there right now. So super happy about that. If you want to reach me, you can email me at michael.owens@mableton.gov. That is my email address. Just a couple of things I want to say really quick. Some of you may have saw the article that came out in Forbes magazine this past week, where Mableton was prominently mentioned in there. And there's been some people saying, oh man, that, you know, Mableton amongst all the cities was ranked #1 in the increase of housing costs between August of 2022 and August of 2023. 19.1% was the increase. Now, I know a lot of people have looked at that and was like, oh my gosh, how terrible is that? We're already facing affordable housing issues, and we have the largest increase, at least in the metro area. I tend to take a different look at that. I look at that and I go, the secret's out, right? People know about Mableton. They understand the true gem that it is, and they're taking advantage of that. They're moving into the city in droves, which is driving up ultimately our population, but also the housing price. Now, it's a simple economic principles of supply and demand. So if we're going to, and I'm not going to go into a whole housing policy thing here, but in order to slow down the increase in housing prices that we have, we're going to have to increase the number of houses that we have available for people in the city. People are not going to want to stop coming to Mableton. That's a great thing, because they realize who we are, they know our location, and they see this fantastic board that you now have leading the city. And they're like, we want to move to Mableton. So we are going to have to build more homes. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. That is the single best way to bring down housing prices. There's a jewel that's in there, though, because out of those cities, yes, we were #1 in the increase in housing prices. But if you take a really close look at that, you will also see that we ranked #2, only by a couple of $1,000s, to Kennesaw when it came to the most affordable housing in Metro Atlanta. And there are Cobb County brethren, but we are much closer proximity to the airport, to downtown, to 75, 285 than Kennesaw. So when you look at it from that perspective, we are still the most affordable area in Metro Atlanta to live in. And so even with this 20% increase, we're still very affordable. And again, adding more houses, adding other things, smart growth. smart growth about how we grow will allow us to grow and accommodate the people that want to move to the city, but also ensure that people that live here can live here in relative comfort and affordability for what they can afford. The last thing I wanted to mention was just around the commissions, board, and authorities. Councilman Ferguson mentioned that we still want more input. We are, I'm looking forward to being able to kind of, take the cover off of this thing and truly bring our boards and commissions and authorities to life, and it comes to life with you guys. All of our boards, commissions, and authorities, with the exception of one or two, will be people that are sitting out there in these seats right now that we will have to appoint. So if you have not gone out, and we will all post it again, hopefully everyone will post it again, so we'll get another push. We will make sure it's on our website as well. Go out, take a look at the boards, authorities, and commissions, sign up for one. If you have questions about them, please shoot us an email. We will, in the very near future, have a specific meeting where we will talk specifically about those, so you can have more insight as to what the commitment is, what it looks like to be a part of working on one of our cabs and being part of the city. But we implore you to please get involved, get engaged. This will be your opportunity to be able to craft a city as we grow and have direct input. And it's going to be a lot of fun, right? There's going to be a lot of exciting things that we're going to have. I cannot go anywhere. I can't drive down that freaking street without looking at what some other city is doing, and whether it's good or bad and what we can bring back here to the city. And because I have so much belief and faith in what's possible for the city. It's already a great place to live, work, and play. We only want to make it better. And as I said earlier today, at least my number one goal is to improve the quality of life for every single person in the city. And we will continue to work diligently on doing that. So with that said, thank you all for coming. I appreciate it. With that being said, I will entertain a motion to take us into executive session for real estate litigation, personnel, and miscellaneous.
I move for us to go into executive session.
Thank you.
I second the motion to go into executive session.
Thank you. Having a motion being seconded, I'd like to call for a vote. All those in favor of us going into executive session for...
Yeah, can we just clarify
Wait, we need
for the record purposes that it's for the
what is the
items
reason?
stated by the mayor?
Yes.
Just for the record.
Real estate, personnel, litigation, miscellaneous. Thank you.
I was on autopilot. Yeah, we got to have a reason.
Yeah, I didn't even look. I know what it is. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Hearing no opposition, we will move into executive session. Thank you again, everyone, if you're not going to stay until we come out. I appreciate you coming. All right, yeah, and we're live. So thank you all for staying while we were in executive session. I definitely do appreciate it. So at this time, I'd like to entertain a motion to close out executive session.
I'll make a motion to close executive session.
Second.
With the motion being made and seconded, I would like to call for a vote. All in favor of closing executive session, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Hearing no opposition, we have closed executive session. With that being said, I think we only have one item. I think that is on the table before we adjourn. And Councilman Ferguson, I think you have a motion that you would like to make?
Mayor, I move that we authorize the mayor to publish and place solicitations for commercial lease space for city administrative operations.
Thank you.
A whole lot of words.
Do I have a second?
I second.
All right. With the appropriate motion being made and being seconded, I'd like to call for a vote. All those in favor of allowing the mayor of the city of Mableton to move forward with solicitation of office space for administrative purposes, please say aye. Aye. All in favor, say nay. Hearing no opposition, the ayes have it. Thank you. We'll move forward with that motion. And with that being said, only leaves us with a motion to entertain for adjournment.
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Seconded by Councilwoman
Yeah.
Oladapo. All those in favor of adjourning, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. Hearing no oppositions, meeting is now officially adjourned. Thank you, everyone.